Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks. How you doing? Hey there, Ranch Kid. Hey, Etherling. Hey, Huge Dino. Thomas and Mr. Tiberium. Hey, Martin. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, 1066. How is everyone doing today? Hey, Jaeger. Oh, boy. We're going to have a chill stream today. Hey, Christoph. We're going to work on this guy. Magnetto X has a skew issue that I think is due to a shipping error. Then I want to spend about 10 minutes here on the Blue Bear because I have not had a chance to touch this. I spent so much time and effort getting ready for Orange County Maker Faire, which was a blast. But I didn't get to trying this at all. So my plan is to simply take some genuine Prusa steppers and the official adapters and plug them in and see if we get an error when we try to home. Because it doesn't care if they're actually hooked up to anything for the tests that we want to do. I have a feeling I have a bad board. So that's why I haven't felt like putting a ton of effort into it. But if it works with those, then I know I probably have a stepper wiring order issue. Versus French Masters are never calming. Hey Spectra, hey Lord Getface. That's my hunch too, yeah. Hey Lucas. So, yep, chill stream. The Magneto is on this cart because I can lower it and actually see above it and not have it be in the way of the camera. So yeah, anyway, how is everyone? Orange County was a lot of fun. You can kind of see here in the corner, I'll get a better view here. Let's just rotate our view. I built a travel platform for Phoenix that worked out fantastic. This made moving this printer around so much safer. It can be put at the same height as the platform I normally have it on, and April and Xander and I just shifted it over onto here. It has a Harbor Freight 1,000-pound capacity hydraulic table lift underneath it, and it's all fixed in there. There's some little screws that with printed thumb wheels that I can thread into place to actually fix it to there. It has the show legs, and then I made some shorter travel legs that bolt on, so it's just at the height where I can pull the hydraulic jack out from underneath. It worked out really well. Got some brackets on the side here that the table is exactly the width of Phoenix, so I can bolt it to it. Looks like a small lightweight printer. Yeah. Who we got here? Hi Lars. Hi Desert Wolf. I'm really pleased. It is a quick throw together. It's not perfect, but it did the job. I have some adjustable feet on it. I'm leaving it here on the stand because I really don't know where I'm gonna put this 42-inch square platform long term for storage. And I am going to be going to Vice in Portland in just about 3 weeks. So I might as well just leave it on there. And then I only have to move it between the old platform and this one twice in this period of time. So when you print ABS-TF or ABS-GF or ASA filled filaments on the core one, do you stick with the Obsidian high flow or go to standard? Obsidian. I have not had a single clog. This back over here. I have not had a single clog that I could attribute to the fill and any filled filaments on a 0.4 nozzle. It's not to say you won't, but okay, before we get on to working on the Magnetto X, I would like to do a quick test hopefully see if I need to be getting a new controller for this before it's finished or not. Lots of people say go to 0.6 nozzle. They've always said that. And I've always decided, okay, well, I'll do that if I have problems. I'll do that if I run into problems. I've never run into problems. So. Oscar made the chair spin. He's funny. Okay. We are going to try just X and Y first, just because E is going to be a little more difficult. Where did that stuff go? I have a box. I have a box of miscellaneous Prusa goodies that is sitting around here somewhere. I thought it was right there. Maybe I threw them in a different box. I did throw them in a different box. Okay. Threw it in a box where I thought stuff would fit better. Francois. There's another one. Right quick, right there on top. And let's grab, hopefully, one more. Can we find one more quickly? I need to sort all this stuff, but I have not. I've done a really good job of sorting my miscellaneous stuff lately, but I just haven't gotten to this one yet. Should have at least one more of those little adapters, adapter harnesses. Just these little pigtails. Here, Chapman. Hey, Scope. Have to look elsewhere because I don't see one here. Yeah, this really needs to be sorted out. I don't see one in there, so there and not in there. So let's put all this back. This will give us enough to do the first little test I wanted to do, which is just X and Y. Spectra, anyone got experience with part cooling? I'm running a Core S Core 3 with 40 that is obnoxious because of bearing on the way. I'm gonna go on CPAP. I wonder if it's worth it. If you have a good setup, you don't have to run CPAP at full speed. Okay, so this is X. So pull that, and this should be Y. Those all look okay as far as crimps. So let's go Y and X. V-Core. Yeah, don't have any experience with what the challenges of installing CPAP or whatever on V-Core is. Morning, John. Okay, let's power. Nope. Let's plug in a couple of steppers. So we have, it doesn't really matter. We just need 2 Prusa steppers because we know all of this is correct for those. Looks good. This is an X stepper. We'll plug the X stepper into Y. Why? I don't know. Okay, let's power it on. Now what we were getting during the last member stream is as soon as we would try to do any of the tests or home or anything. So we couldn't get through the calibration tests. Redacted, thanks for being a member for 22 months. Not now, we're not gonna set up Wi-Fi. We wanna get this thing working first. I think as soon as we tried to go through the calibration and test and we did an XY axis test, it would error out. You adopted 2 kittens on Sunday, that's awesome. Only got back on Thursday, but they are very cute. Awesome, awesome. Hey, Poity. Hey, Bob. I am starting the stream with a few minutes of Prusa Bear testing. I have 2 genuine Prusa steppers plugged in with the adapters because we would, before any movement actually happened, we were getting a TMC overtemp error before. So let's find out if we get that. Continue anyway, yes. Instant error. Instant error. So I'd still need to check the TMC overtemp. Yep. So now let's throw the, let's see if I can get to the, that's interesting. Okay. I don't actually need an adapter for that one. I just need the other stepper. So it wasn't even plugged in. I wonder if that's a problem. Okay, stepper, all 3 steppers. These engage. When it starts up, these engage. So I feel like the Z steppers aren't part of the problem because they lock when it starts up. I would think if it did, complete calibration. Let's see, not now. I thought they locked up. They're not locked up. Huh. Well, we might have to do a little more testing. Calibration. XY. Yes. Yep. Instant reboot. Well, we can't necessarily do one at a time until we get it to work, Spectra. And then we would swap in the other steppers one at a time until it errors. So we need it to work first. And the best test I can think of to see if it is something with the parts that I added is to swap in genuine Prusa parts. Once it works, then yes, we need to figure out which is causing the problem. So then you swap them one at a time. But I don't think it's useful to do that before that. I don't know where my other 2. Oh, there's 1. And there's 2. Okay. So we have 2 more. Move axis. We have a scenario that airs out that shouldn't air out. So I still think we're on the best track of testing right here. This will give us enough information to let's see if I have any more. 1. I have 1 other Prusa stepper here. Hey, Killer Prince. Are the Z motors connected or the 2 on your bench? Z motors are still here, but oh no, they're not. They're not connected. That's why they weren't turning on, because I disconnected them for testing. That's right. Let's plug them back in and try it one more time. The reason I suspect that the Z motors would not be a problem, and we can check now because they should lock. No wireless motors. Yeah. Hey, Obi-Wan. Hey, Dave. Whew. Warm. See, yeah, they did lock. I thought I remembered correctly. They're fixed. We could try something here. Let's say, okay, let's say not now. If I hold this. Oh, that's a good, as soon as I try to move them, it errors. I heard a noise. Okay. This is good. Let me swap out. These are just, I wonder if I can do just one. Leave the other one disconnected. Disconnecting the steppers, but the Z shares an output. Z shares an output. They share a stepper driver. So can I just use 4 of these for the test? Let's find out. So this is Z here. This should lock when this thing starts up. Yep, it just locked. So, let's say not now. So it doesn't need to home or anything to move the axis up and down. So if we hold down the button here and then, oh, it works. So I think the, just based on that, I think we have a stepper wire order issue. That's good to know. Okay. We might be able to fix this. That does not, I've never seen that trip a TMC over temp error, but this is moving. As I move this is moving. That's, you can't, well, you can probably see that. Look, it's moving just fine. Okay. That is cool. So, what is the best way to resolve that? Let's turn this off. We're gonna take a little bit of, it's just a weird message for that, John. I've never seen that error. Let's look at this and let me grab a couple of test leads. I've never seen wires being off like that trigger a over temp error. I know I said we're working on Magnetto X, and that is the plan. But I really thought that we were going to plug these in and we were going to say, yep, it's the controller, and move on. But if we can make progress on anything, that's a good thing, right? Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm identifying the phases on here. So this is wired blue, red, green, black. And that's compared to these adapters. That is in this order, blue, red, green, black. And what I did when these went in is I did blue, red, green, black. Yep, I did all that correctly. So now at the steppers, we might be able to swap these around. So let's figure out which the pairs are. So I've got just jumpers here, which makes an easy, we plug, let's just plug this guy in here, and then let's plug it into the one next to it. Yep, those are a pair. So red and blue are a pair. If I plug this into green next to it, this turns easy. But if I plug this into the red, that's hard to turn. So, and then I can plug this into green and black. And that's hard to turn. Just want to try the middle two. Will confirm that, yeah, that's easy to turn. So blue and red, green and black. our pairs. Now the X stepper is an easy one to get to. Let me grab I think I probably have a pigtail that we can use to plug into it. Yeah, this will work. Wire here. Sorry about the poor camera angle. Go. So if I unplug this, and we can turn this just fine. Plug this into here. So blue and red should be a pair. So let's plug that in there. And yep, that's blue and red is a pair. Green and black is a pair. So do I have a problem with them being reversed, or do I only have one thing that's the issue? Is it just it aired with the Z's? Okay, we got it to a working state. So let's leave the Z plugged in, but swap all of the other ones back to the steppers I have, because this might not be a problem. So let's plug X back in. Let's plug all these back in. Leave Z and see what happens, right? Does that sound Z right can plug in, but Z left we're gonna plug in with this guy, so we know this worked. Maybe it's just Z. So let's plug in. That's X, that's Y, that's Z. So there, that's Y. Maybe we can get this thing printing while we work on the Magneto. Hey, Andres. Hey, Rod. Having a hard time getting the angle right. Just 2 fingers. And this is X. Okay, so just Z is plugged in. Yep, and it locked. Okay, so we go through here. We want to. Not now. We're just gonna do the. Oh, well, that's odd. It's error. It's not. It's trying to move that one. That's why. Oh, because it plugged in. I plugged in the other stepper. I don't want to do that while it's on. So let's turn this off. That's interesting that I did plug in the other Z, and I left this one on. I know we will be working on Magnetto X, Kobe. I tried. I intended. I could have put it in the description and the thumbnail. I intended to work on this a little bit, but I thought it would be like 5 minutes. We'll get there. We'll get there. This is we've almost got this figured out. Yeah, that's moving. So we have a problem with the Z drives. Yay. At least what's causing the error. So now Y. So let's turn it off and check our pairs. So I'm just gonna unplug this. So let's check our pairs at these blue, red, green, black. So let's pull this. Let's plug one of our little test lead here in. Hey, Holt, Ben, it's good to see you at Orange County. I just got that picture you sent, and all I've seen is the preview on my new watch. Okay, let's do this again. Blue, red, or blue and red, the pair. Yes, blue and red is the pair, but it might be reversed. We might just have to flip those. Yeah, the blue, green, and black. So let's try the other side. Is that? Ooh, is that? Does Prusa reverse those to change the direction? Do these have to turn? No, they don't have to turn in opposite directions. They turn in the same direction. Orange County was a lot of fun, John. You should have been there. It was bigger than last year and bigger than the year before. Yep. Blue, red. Yep. Okay. Blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, black. So why is this airing out? Are one of these steppers bad? One of these steppers bad? Any thoughts? 2,500 people? Awesome. Yeah, we had a very large booth. Very large. And we had Phoenix printing with its hexy gantry setup. Hex XY, 6 steppers. Wires switched. Same check at the board end of the cables. Yeah, let me double check. I have the Z is blue, red, green, black. Z, blue, red, green, black. Those are both in the same order as the adapters. Blue, red, green, black. Yeah, they're all the same order as the adapters. So the wires go all the way through. And they're in the same order as every other setup. No, it's not blue and green. We already tested the pairs. We already tested the pairs. Is there any chance that 2 of these, let me get a good look at them. Swap one at a time with the test stepper and look for the error. Blue, red, green, black. Everything is fully inserted. Blue, red, green, black. All fully inserted. Okay. We'll put in the left. Let's put in the, or we're gonna plug in the left one. Plug in the left one. I was testing on the, with that there. And then we're gonna plug this other one into right. Let's grab it. Actually, this one is the one we've been testing with. Okay. All wires should be blue. I have a hex drive IDEX. Yeah, Joey. Joey, you should have been at Orange County Maker Faire. Okay, there's that. Let's go. Okay, not now. Hold the... Okay, it doesn't like that. When both of those, when this is plugged in with that, it doesn't like it. What does hex drive mean? It's basically saying that we have 6 steppers on the gantry. It means it's IDEX. So each tool head has 2 steppers on opposite corners of the gantry, and then there's Y assist. So there's 2 steppers to move the gantry in Y. Okay, I'm gonna do the same test, but swap. Plug this guy back in. So we're gonna test the other one, basically. See it next month? Yes, it will be at the show next month. That locked as it should. Poke. It's hexy, John. It's hexy. Okay, hold it. It doesn't like it when that changes. And then we get an error. So it's in the Z steppers. Extend by soldering rather than by a JST connector. Nah, it's fine. It's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. That's not the problem. If they're in the right pair order, all we would get is a direction issue. If we plug 2 of these in, I don't know what another good test is. We might call it for now and come back to it later. Get moving on the... In general, no, it doesn't matter. In general, it does not matter. Okay. Now... Yeah, they move just fine. There's something weird with these Z steppers. There's something weird with these Z steppers. That's what's causing the issue. Better put it aside before we sue you for misrepresenting the stream. The pins are fully inserted. Yep. I double checked. Double checked all of that. Just make sure, I mean, they're fully inserted, but make sure there isn't some malform. These are new to me, these ClickMate. They're all fully inserted. It does it on both of them. So I would have had to make the same mistake on both of these, but not any of the other steppers. Meter the coil pair resistances. When you jump the blue-red on the Prusa, they lock up. Correct. Correct. All of the pairs match up with the rest of the steppers. Kobe, Oscar gets many minutes. Oscar gets as many minutes as he wants. And he makes sure of it. Okay, I'm going to think on this. We don't have to be done. If we have time, we can come back to it later if anybody has any ideas. But we're going to work on the Magnetto. This was a good, I think this was a good test. I think this was a good little run through. You don't have to have kitty envy anymore. I bet you your daughter is ecstatic. You probably have the happiest daughter ever right now, huh? I'm guessing. Been wanting another cat since our last one died on February, yeah. Where are you at, Felix? Oh, there you are. There you are. She says she is. Okay. Let's do that. There you go. Move this camera around. Figure out how we want to present this. Magnetto X, right there. All the mess in the background, ignore all that. I have it partially apart. So what happened is I've been printing stuff on this. Last year I was printing a bunch of trinkets, booth trinkets for Orange County Maker Faire last year, for whatever else I was working on. Can we hook up the known good steppers using the wiring we currently see issues with? That's a good call, Scope UK. It'll have to be a couple other steppers though. We'll have to test a couple other steppers in the scenario. But that's a good call when we get back to it. There's no bottom panel. There is a bottom panel. It's down here. There's no deck panel. Avoided a lawsuit by this much. Okay, so it had actually, this is not my original Magnetto X. If you remember, I did a live unboxing of this. To the best of my observation, everything was fine as far as shipping. Felix is in the corner cam. You can see him. He's right underneath the desk, the bench. That points right here, right down here. Anyway, to the best of my observation, the printer made it to me fine. We printed with it. I was printing trinkets and stuff, no problem. It's actually been a pretty good printer for general stuff. I hadn't yet fully gotten the enclosure on it and printing ABS or anything like that. But for the things I was doing, I didn't have any problems. Yeah, right here. He's straight down there. So I decided that I wanted a bigger project for this printer. And hey Allah, I wanted to print the Gerari desk organizing pieces. So that's things like this. This is one of the drawers. And I've since thrown away the major problem parts, but more drawers. Just printing. I was trying a brim here for this. I didn't really need it. I ended up going away from that. But when I went to put the frame together, I noticed that things were skewed. And that took me down a rabbit hole of investigating. I wonder if we can actually measure this one and see if it'll show any skew. Now I know I just tweaked it, so probably not definitive, but if I measure little inside corner to inside corner at like 231, measure this one, or oh yeah, oh, and I was in the way there, but that is definitely, that's like 233. So assuming I didn't tweak this, just kind of bending it around, which I doubt it. I didn't move it past its fatigue point. There is a skew to these parts. I confirmed that by printing. There is a, let's go. Flipper. There is a skew test you can run. Or there's skew, here, let's see. Axis twist. No. Let's go. There's skew correction. skew correction is a part you can put in. It's possible to use software to correct printer skew across 3 planes. This is done by printing a calibration model. So see skew correction and command reference. So there's a whole little thing here. Cali lantern will work, yeah. Something small that can be fixed. So you can correct this by printing something like this or cauliflower or whatever, and then putting in these values, what lengths you measured into the into your config. Okay, I'm not a big fan of fixing skew this way if you can do it in hardware. What we're here to do is figure out if we can fix it in hardware. I have not taken the time to try it outside of here, so we're gonna wing it. I don't know what it's gonna take. We're gonna figure it out. That's the whole point of this stream, is to mess around, take your suggestions, figure it out. I did do this measurement. I did put in some skew correction values and ended up with better prints. So back to, I discovered that I had a skew. So then I was looking at the printer more closely, and I realized that these top brackets that they're just a support for the end of the lead screw, but they were bent significantly. I may have them. Let me see. I have a bunch of hardware from here. Ella, have you figured out if you're going to be able to get to form next? So if you can see, that's supposed to be a right angle. There we go. That's not a right angle. That is not a right angle. This didn't directly affect having this. You cannot. Oh, I'm sorry, Ella. That's a bummer. That's not right. Having this be bent is not the source of the skew, but it is a indication, a symptom of, I believe that the printer took a hit in shipping that I didn't notice. So fixing this does not fix the skew problem, because all this is a support for the top of the lead screw. And I've got a skew in X and Y, and that doesn't, that's not going to correct it. But it's an indication that I think the printer took a hit in shipping. So what I want to do now, I don't, you probably noticed I've moved the screen to the top, because having the screen right here and having this be your access to things, now you've only got access over here to the bed. So I got all the stuff to move the screen to the top. We're gonna take the screen off, we're gonna take the top off, we're gonna lower this as much as I can, and then I'm gonna take some measurements inside the printer. Maybe the skew is slightly rotating as it goes down. It's doing it over a very short distance, Obi-Wan. Not a bad idea, but not sure. So, there's a couple of things I wanted to do. The only reason the deck panel stuff is off is because I had to swap out some of these cables to reach the top. These did, I think one of these came with the top hat, and then PO Poly had to send me another one, an extension for one, because they didn't have the right lengths. So what I kind of want to do before I go too far is button up the bottom again. This might mean moving this in closer so it's easier for me to stay out of the way. And let's get the deck panel installed. Dust these off since everything's been sitting for a bit. You've got dial indicators. Maybe we're starting from the rails. I want to look at the frame first, Ella. I'm going to do a measurement, cross measurement on the frame. And then we're going to see if we can find a reference point that we can measure from and go from there. But the frame, working from the frame inwards. So if this took a hit, I agree, Tuxedo. I agree. If this took a hit, then I feel like the goes on there. Where you move the screen, does that mean you have a gap in the top panels now? There is another panel. So yes, it has a gap in that spot. There's a replacement panel that the top hat comes with to correct that. Screwdriver and start putting these back. At least most of them. I just want to get things kind of set in here. There we go. Andrew, what's that? Well, that's fun. That one seems not threading. Okay. Is that a blue frame Voron sitting on the floor? Shame on you. Yeah. Andrew, I said that already. Okay, the other one here, wipe it off. A lot of boards in a Magnetto X. It does. So there's a octopus here. This is the pie stuff. It's not an actual pie. It's like an orange pie or something. This is the board for, I think, controlling the linear motors. Then there's a 2 power supplies, 24 and 48 volt, the bed control. Not sure what that one in the back does. And just get a couple of these on here just to hold things in place and make sure when I move stuff around, I'm not accidentally dropping fasteners into the electronics bay. That's the biggest reason. Hey, Thomas. That board in front looks like it has an ESP module on it. Just when you close it up, yeah. Too expensive given my budget, plus I'm low on vacation days at work. Got it. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. Without cable management, it is pretty decent in there. We'll get a better view of it later. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure stuff wasn't going to fall in there. So let's get the top panel. Does it just come off now? Yeah. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I've got filament in there and yeah. can't pull that off yet. Come in here, just cut it at the thing, I guess. Who's going to be at 3D Printopia? Try and get you that filament somehow. Oh. If we're going to leave Voron sitting on the floor, I'm sure I can find a place for him here. It's in progress. It's in progress. You see, no. Uh-oh, maybe not there. Thanks, Andrew. Hey, buddy. I will see you. Okay, so that clears everything, I think, to pull the top. Let's pull these down here. Now the top can pull off. There we go. Let's put this over here. Okay. What I want to do yet. Want to be up and probably angled down a bit because I can move this a bit further down. This was ideal to work on this out here because in my other shop I don't get to do that and move it. There's going to be at least one person with a Prusa wire at 3D Printopia from what I hear. Awesome. Is that going to be Nomad? Kobe, thanks for the super chat. 7 days ago and I'm not ready. Wondering which projects to deprioritize to get the important stuff done. I do that all the time, except I don't have to get ready for 3D Printopia. It's just me. I just have to take myself. Okay, here is the printer. Just make sure I'm as tall as I can get on my camera here. Get a top-down view. Okay, so we're looking at this. Is it? Look at where are our reference points. There's not really any point where the gantry touches the same spot. Maybe a little bit here at the end. How can I tell what is correct or not? Before I get there, let's grab my tape mate or my Nomad's Magneto also suffered shipping damage. Yeah, it's a big heavy printer. Okay, these printed parts aren't going to be a great reference, but they're going to be a good start. I do too, John. I'm gonna go pushing that against the end and just measure across the middle. So this is, oops, wrong side. Push that flush against the end, going through the middle of the mounting hole. Over here, this is 772. Tool head over, do the same thing this way. And this is just, we're just investigating. So we have 2 millimeters of difference there. This is 770. That's a problem. So let's take those printed brackets off so we can measure the frame itself, just in case. This has been printed with, Kobe. There's no, it's okay. I've printed with this many times. And we're a little late for proposing that. Let's pull these brackets off. So we're measuring metal to metal, frame to frame, just in case there's any variation caused by these printed top hat adapters. And I have, so Kobe, for what you said, I do have existing skew compensation tests and values that are in the config that if we no longer need those when we're done, then that is our validation. Looks like a nice bed size, yep. Will you be at Printopia? Make sure you swing by the table for Council of Andrews swag. Nice. Okay, so we did a little quick test of the distance. So now I am going to go across. Oh, we've got a cutout here. So how can I do that? We've got a consistent point here. I'm gonna measure to a point outside of that. So I'm gonna go right to the middle of there and then measure to that point. Keep moving this to the middle of that to 775. Different reference points, so that's why the measurement is different. 775. Same thing here is going to be move that over this right there. Measure to get this through here. Yes, just barely. So from right there to the middle of here, 7. Is that too enticing for you? The HDMI cable is hanging out over here and Oscar just wants to play with it. So that other one is 775. This is 773.5. So we got a 1.5 millimeters measuring metal to metal. So that's why I wanted to take those printed parts off, because they're just printed parts. I don't know that they're exactly the same, but measured metal to metal, we have a 1.5 millimeter skew in the frame. Machine is built like a tank with those quad lead screws and stuff. Is it separate motors on Z for QGL? It is. Yep. Sure you could strip it down to every nut and bolt and reassemble it? Probably. I could, but I don't want to. Okay, so what would have hit? What would have, let's just, oh, we do have an interesting difference. Ooh, these are flush, these are not. I think there is some merit to be had. Over here, this whole side here is shifted. I think there's some merit probably to loosening up the frame. The way this frame is assembled, I don't know if we can see, is there is a lot of like, be right here. Get this, there we go. Pulling on wires here on my, there we go. Ah. It's so enticing, isn't it, Oscar? Okay, what do we got here? You see this? It does kind of lock in. So, hey Bob, did Bear get sorted? No, but we have some more tests to try. We're gonna try wiring and different steppers, the same wiring but different steppers on Z when we get back to it. We made progress on Bear, but not resolved. Okay, I am going to loosen up the frame in the various spots. And oh, that is loose anyway. That was not tight. We're gonna do a lot of, because this is really the only camera I can get going here real well. Okay, so I immediately noticed that this screw was not really tight. So I'm gonna go through, and that one was relatively tight, but not super. Go through and loosen a bunch of these. How does this bracket get on here? I really don't want to take the panels off, but maybe that's a smart choice to pull all the panels off so I can actually get to everything. Darn it. Okay, gonna pull the panels. I won't be able to get to everything effectively without it. Oh, okay. There's one. The job's worth doing. Yep. We're gonna do it right. That's our thing here, right? I'm gonna use little. It's now a screw holder. I was really disappointed because I was looking forward to making some of those Gerari desk organizers. I want to use one at work. So I was all set to assemble and print, and when things didn't go together right and started investigating this, kind of took the wind out of my sails. Oscar, that's not chew toy. Been studying the Lancer toolhead recently. It's such a unique design. Lots of CNC parts. No, you don't need that. I'll throw it away over here. I have a Lancer toolhead in a box here somewhere. Extra. I have lots of extra parts for these over the course of the beta testing and stuff. Get all these off, and then for all of our testing, we'll be able to leave it open air. So we'll see how this goes. Something interesting I decided to do is I used to do Tuesday streams, right? And I did that because I wanted to get caught up. I had a lot of stacked up projects I wanted to do, and I'm running into that again. I have some pretty big multi-stream series in the stealth changer coming up, and in between all of that I have other projects. Like I really want to install this Vitali CNC, where is that? This Vitali CNC X carriage on the Micron. And since I have it, I have a hard time working on the Micron because I know everything I do that I need to do on the Micron right now, I'm gonna have to redo when I install this. So I want to do Wednesday streams or weekday streams again. I decided that right now Wednesday is the day I'd like to do it. So look for those. I'm gonna do Micron Vitali X carriage this Wednesday, unless something comes up. Rolohan and notably Canrog has been working with LDO on a Delta printer, and I have never built or used a Delta, so it's really intriguing to me. I want to try it. So once that kit is available, LDO is going to provide one, and I'm going to build it on a Wednesday series. That kind of stuff that if I saved it for Sundays, I'd be doing it in February. And Wednesday is a good amount of time for me to prep in between. Is it okay if I mention I may want to do some of my own streaming, not 3D printing related? You can even mention 3D printed related stuff, Andrew. That's fine, no problem. Do you have a 3D printer at your day job? I do, actually. We purchased a CR10 years ago. We purchased a CR10 years ago for printing a model of the Oroville spillway that turned out fantastic. We have a group and especially an individual in the organization who is really good at finishing models. So it's fully painted and it's a full diorama of the Oroville spillway in its broken state. So we printed that with a couple of CR10 400 build models. The wider organization has a couple of Ultimakers and stuff like that. I'm pushing at some point to get an XL in, but productive morning, just reserved a restaurant for Friday night dinner at Earth. Nice. Still change. I'd love to see how you end up doing that. Your builds always end up so clean. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that build. I just started servicing our office Ultimaker 2. We bought it 9 years ago. Yep. And yeah, folks at work are aware I stream. Okay, now I have access to stuff. So, and really, are these all the same size? No, these are shorter. Deck screws are shorter. So let me get a different little bin for the deck screws. Just one of these. Will take up less space, and we got panel screws and deck screws there. Because I think I'm gonna have to take the deck panels off again, so I don't want stuff to be around. The problem is I can't get to the lower bolts on the frame to check all of them without taking it off. To print their actual brains, we never got approval. Brain research. Oh, cool. Let's pull the doors off. I want to get full access to this thing. And this can go in. This is a unique screw for that. These are really nice hinges. Much better than the early ones. Still have the early ones around here somewhere, I think. Okay, now it's apart. If you're concerned if you're a robot or not, would you trust the output of an MRI? That can be faked. Hoyty, are you still here? What are you thinking on what we got going so far? John, are you calling me? I'm getting a call from Pittsburgh, California. You just mentioned Pittsburgh, California a little earlier. Put these over here. You're home now. Then I just square it up and work through it. Yeah. Well, we've got something definitely going on with the frame. So let's figure out what's going on with the frame first, and then deck panel screws, and then this other deck. You guys will get a great view of everything that's in here. Something that got me thinking about this again is on the black box, the enclosure, or the box turtle, not black box, the box turtle. The enclosure parts required a 350 build to print in one piece. And besides Phoenix, which at the time was not operational, I don't have the capability of printing something that big, except for this printer, which would have been a potential. Musician, I want to stream myself live, sort of relaxing background music. Used to do that for my dad to help him out. Awesome. Yeah, you're welcome to post about that, Andrew. The self-promotion channel, when you go live or when you do your thing, you can post it there. It doesn't have to be 3D printer related. People won't click on it if they're not interested. Okay. Now the next challenge. There we go. Now you can get a view of the whole thing there. I love when you want to do a quick print and have to spend 10 hours rebuilding a printer first. Yes. What's up, buddy? Are you ready for treats? Is that what you're saying? It's treat time. Okay. This bottom part is all bolted. There's little plates on the bottom here, and that all looks not bent. Maybe we can confirm though. Can't really get to the lower screws here without taking the Z steppers off. Just kind of feeling around and seeing what we got. These out of the way. Let's dump it on its back and see what we look like, what it looks like. This thing is folder for other parts here. Okay, this thing should be a little bit lighter. No, it's still a heavy printer. Holy moly. Yeah, one printer is never enough. Okay, we've got a flat surface on the back here, so I'm going to try to dip this thing on its back. not light. There we go. Now it's on a flat reference surface. That's the bottom. That is the bottom. Well, that's good. I didn't plug that stepper back in. Got it. Adjusting feet. You can level this thing. Hey, Leonard. Which brand of power supply did they go with? It is not labeled. They're beefy things, though. See how all of these are. Tight. It's tight. Everything feels flush. These all have lock washers on them. They're just split washers, but they do have lock washers at least. Just making sure everything's tight. I think since these plates kind of index all of the extrusions on the sides and everything is flat, I don't think the problem is down here. Just make sure everything's tight. We do have a little bit of a problem here that's interesting. So this is one of the other feet. It's able to thread in all the way. This one, the overmolding, is keeping it from threading in, which means that we could potentially have seen some of this skew from the weight of the printer, maybe. I'm gonna cut away, I'm gonna see if I can cut away this overmolding so I can have the full travel on all of them. Go. Okay. Let's check the last one. Make sure we're good. Yeah, we'll have to cut a little bit off of that too. A little bit of goobering in the threads. Doesn't want to unscrew. By hand anyway. What's the automat doing, Bob? I don't see that stuff, unfortunately. Where's Bill today? I don't know. Oh shoot. That sucks, because that is, those threads are not great, and now it's spinning in the thing. Let me see if I can get some other pliers. Let's fix this first. Okay, that's there. Now let's grab, see if I can just grab it just enough, because it's not by much. Okay, there we go. So where is it? What threads are these? Are these M8? These are probably M8. Let's find out. M8. M8. M8T not handy. Let's see. Yep, they're M8. And I just happen to have gotten an M8 tap and die set, metric tap and die set. Just picked it up. So let me get this packaging off of here that has my address on it. Let's see if we can clean up those threads. Out of the way. M8 by 1. I think that's by 1. M6, M7. That's not. Oh, 1.25. I think there's a 1.5. If this doesn't have an M8 by 1.5, I'm going to be irritated. I'm guessing these should be 1.5, right? Isn't that the standard? Let's see. Maybe it's 1.25. Said before, but what keyboard is that? It's a Keychron. What are these? Let's see if we can get a... Oh, actually, you know what I have? It is 1.25. But better than that, somewhere I have a thread gauge. Where did I put that? Oh, well, it is 1.25 anyway. So, M8 by 1.25 is right here. It's one of these. This side. It is definitely goobered. Wonder why it did it goober the... You call Rich Keychron. This is a K1 SE, I think. K1 SE. Yep. K1 SE H3. It is brown. I like the brown switches. Problem is there's basically a nut molded into this rubber foot. If I put too much twisting torque on this, then it just spins that nut. It's not getting past a certain point when I try to thread that on. So can I see that point? It's right in there. This is just a bad foot. I have a small enough. Let's see if I have a small enough other file to see if I can manually get this a little closer to where it should be. Sharper than this. Some sharper. I think it's right in there. Little further. Yeah, I don't like these feet. I might want to look for some better low profile M8 feet. Got it to go a little further though, so let's just keep going. Some. Yeah, oh, hey, there we go. I was able to get the nut threads on and off. I got it cleaned up enough for the nut to thread on and off. So now maybe I can I have some vice grips in here, some thin. Maybe I can get enough grip on it to get past the goobered spot without tearing up the existing threads. Yeah, there we go. Just very light pressure. I just needed to keep it from spinning. Don't knock it. Welcome. Okay. There we go. No, there it is. Okay, back to here. We can put these back on. Oops, goes to the outside. Put all of these on with the nut fully. Extended. Go. Okay, those are on. How to get skewed? I think shipping, because there were other bent parts that shouldn't have been bent. Yeah, there was a bent bracket on that holds a Z. So what we're doing right now is going through the whole thing. And I've noticed a spot where the frame is not flush and it's flush everywhere else. So my plan is to loosen things up and retighten them, because all of these extrusions do, let's see, oh, all these extrusions do kind of lock into each other. What's up, buddy? Okay, so if I come over here, right here is not flush. And what I'm checking, okay, so that bolts to the bottom there. So this bracket in here for the bracket in here for the Z is right in that spot. So hey Dom, thanks for coming out to my bank fan. Sorry I missed you on the way out. I'd do the bus home before dark, no headlights. Of course, no problem. It's not that size. What is that? Size down. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get an ounce of work done, or a bit of work done, until he gets an ounce of treats. Let's see. We've got these guys. There we go. Are you ready for treats? Supposed to drive it up to the bay. See me advice. Awesome. Want that? You want a treat too? You want a treat too? Come on. Come up here. Come on, up here. You like these. Come on. There you go. You want one? Come on, up here. Up here. Up here, Felix. Or over here. Can you go over here? Right there. I'm gonna get bit. Dog Piggy is that way about walks. I can't get anything done on evenings unless we go on our walks. Yeah. You're gonna come up here now, Felix? You're missing out. Here you come. There you go. Nope, not you. Oh, not for you. That's for Felix. Nope, nope. Felix's. You can have that one. No, right there. There you go. Felix is getting 2 in a row. You jealous, Oscar? There you go. One more. One more. That's it. Here, you wanna two licks and a bite? Go. Nope. What's that for? Okay, back to it. They are huge. Just remember, 1 year ago, it's been like 13 months since we got them. Almost exactly. $13 months. Yes, that's it. That's all of them. Did you drool all over the place? A little bit. Okay, back over here. There. Okay, we've got a bracket here that I want to retorque. So loosen. This is the bracket for the Y rail, I guess. And these guys in here. So that shift up into place now. This is all flush over here. It's not over here. How hard it would be to have a camera track their air tags, keep them in frame. That would be interesting. How did these go? Which screws did you loosen, Poity, when you were working on yours? Poity did something similar. Okay, that shifts now. This. That shifts, but it doesn't shift up enough to where I think it should. I wonder if we can force that into flush with that. Everything else, every other spot is flush. I don't want that to be. Let's see. See if we can do this. And should push that up. Let's see if it's pushing it up enough. All of them, yeah. Get that tightened a little bit. Let's see if we did anything with that. No, not even a little bit. That's concerning. Why is this? Let's look at it. Oh, those have little lock washers on there I don't want to lose. I'm going to take this extrusion off. I want to see what that looks like underneath there. Hey, sir guy. So I've got to pull these screws off this bracket. Which stream was your first shake and tune setup? That's a great question. Probably Green V2 mods, but I could be misremembering. Okay, we got a camera here in the way. How does this bolt on? Looks like it bolts on to the front here. That looks weird. What the hell is that? It's like a plastic screw that just spins. Do you know what this is? That doesn't feel like a metal screw holding that camera in. Let's see if I can get a view on this. What is that? Just a regular screw, but it's not. It's just a hex screw, but it doesn't feel like it's metal and it doesn't spin. Try a better driver. Ah, there we go. What in the world is that? Is this metal? It is not. And it's light. I think that's a plastic screw. I think that's a plastic screw. Interesting. Oops. Weird. Okay, I'm gonna put that over there. Get the camera out of the way. Wonder why that's a plastic screw. It will be metal. It's not metal. Or it's a very high grade stainless, because there's no magnetism to it at all. Okay, these guys. We're gonna get a look at this extrusion frame piece that won't line up. See you, Kobe. And Chad, I'd love if someone could design a machine to automatically weed out the discard material from vinyl cutting. You got treats already. Okay, this should come off now. So this is the side that was giving me problems lining up. Let's see. I've got my surface plate over here. Kind of just as a matter of course, do a little checking to see if it's flat. Be very slightly twisted, but not by enough to be too concerned. Let's try setting it both ways. Yeah, it's something that's causing it to rock. The other side doesn't rock, so I think it's nice and straight. It's good. It's good. Okay, now let me put this back on here. And we'll try bolting it in with it clamped in place. I think try something a little different. So I want to clamp this across here. Could it be aluminum? It doesn't feel like it. It feels like plastic. Okay, so I'm gonna put this across here so I can clamp it on the side that's flush. It's not flush, but clamp it down to the top. This one, that's another one we'll have to work on. Put that there, and then the other clamp here. This is a little less bulky than a 1, 2, 3 block anyway. Okay. So that should be across the corner, held up. Try putting these guys in here. Let's see what happens. Get a different driver for this. Interesting. So that, I think that's a difference. I don't think that's necessarily an indicator of it being skewed, although it's probably not ideal. When I clamp that to be flush, the screws don't actually line up anymore. The screw won't thread in. That's why it wouldn't clamp into place before. Yeah, that won't thread in. I loosen this, let this come down, will that thread in? Huh. It's being a pain to do it anyway. Why won't that go in anyway? Investigating. See you, John. Need to go out. Looks like one of our kittens has conjunctivitis. She had it before we got her. Separate them, so I need to buy another litter box. Ooh. Good luck. Hey, Work Central. Okay, let me get a better look at this. Why are these not threading in? Threads weren't super happy. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that is forced to go down. I don't think that's a result of any kind of impact, this not being flush. I think that's a just a manufacturing thing. That's just a manufacturing thing, which I don't think is ideal. Everything here is so precisely extruded and machined. feels like the holes, feels like either the length of this extrusion, which might be something we should check. Let's do a rough, best we can do with tools we have, measurement first. Let's go here, because that's a point to here is 517.5. Let's do the same thing over here. Oh yeah. Huh. That's 516.5. It's this one again. This extrusion looks to be longer than the others. That's why. Yeah, this one's 16.5. This one's 16.5. That one's 17.5. This one is longer than the others. That's why this isn't flush. That is down 0.6. Okay, so I can't use that being flush as a reference. So I can't use that being flush as a reference. It means that this not being flush isn't a indication of how square this should or shouldn't be. So that is, it means that the holes are cut here correctly, or close, at least close to correctly. So I should just bolt this back into place, and bet you if I measure here to here, it should match about here. Let's find out. Let's bolt this into place. Before I do that, let's loosen all of these. Is the bottom cross rail flush at the bottom or crooked somehow? The bottom cross rail. Which bottom? This? Well, I need to actually turn it back over and do some cross measurements and see if it's just the top that's skewed or the bottom. But I want to loosen all of these, kind of let things settle, and then tighten things back up. What do you think? We're pretty sure this took a hit in shipping as the root cause. So if we loosen things, maybe we can get things to settle back where they should be, unless things actually bent. I don't know the best process to go about on this. We're winging it. So suggestions are welcome. Hey, Raj. The bottom press. Okay. This still needs to get put back together here. We started. Yeah, that's just interesting. This extrusion is longer. We take this, and that mostly together, if we measure from this here to the top of this is straight up 516.5. I would say it's 0.6, you know. It's not 0.5, but it's definitely not 517.5, which is what the other one's like 517.3 or 4, and to the top of the extrusion, to the top of this is like 516.6. Okay. Same thing over here. Should have about the same thing. Yeah, 516.6-ish. And over here, 516.4. Hey, Kenneth. Let's just, for an initial thing here, tighten all these up and check the cross measurements. Just from an initial loosen and retighten stuff. Just post pics of my 3D sets torque on your Discord. Awesome. So what do you think? What do folks think of the new Unimog model? What do you think of the new Unimog model they just released yesterday? I've been waiting for them to come out with a new crawler before I built one, because their old models are using old modeling techniques. So I'd want to build whatever their latest techniques are. I'm not super, I mean, I could care less about the Unimog. It wouldn't be my first choice. I was kind of hoping it'd be another Jeep. A redesign of the Jeep, but I can see why they would do something new. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's 3dsets.com. So that's the RC car modeling place out of the Czech Republic that does a really good job with these models. The pricing is a little spicy. I think individually they're worth it. I would have liked to see them do a little more friendly pricing model if you wanted to build both, because there's a 4-wheel version and a 6-wheel version. And it's $69 for the 6-wheel and $59 or something like that for the 4-wheel. And if you wanted to have the option of building both, you got to buy them both, from what I understand. Okay, that's all tightened up. Let's do a cross measurement here and see what we get. Going 6 wheels. Nice. Okay, so let's do the same thing. This reference point there to middle across. It's basically 774, and I feel like that's a change from what we had last time. So that's a positive thing. 774. this out of the way. Do the same thing here. Hold that to. There is a definite positive change that we affected there. I measured 774 on this diagonal, and we are at like 0.1 or 0.2 under 774. So that's a big difference. Just loosening things up and getting it back in, tighten it back up. That's a big difference. ABS okay or must be PLA? I'd like it to not to melt. You know somewhere in the UK that does the parts? I don't. Return customer discount would be nice, especially with how many of their models I've bought. Don't have the 1 meter Mitutoyo calipers. No. ABS okay or must it be PLA? I have seen many people print them in ABS, and I will eventually. My intent is to print the torque in ABS. I would go for it. Kiloprints. I would go for it. Okay. I feel pretty good about effecting a positive change there. That is a pretty good difference. I do want to loosen the gantry bolt stuff and realign those. Got a little scar right there somehow. I wonder what that's from. Doesn't stick up, but it's a little something scratched right there. I want to loosen these gantry bolt hole, or these things. Oh, it's this one. Loosen all those up and tighten them back down. Now these are all flathead screws, so they should self-center. But in case things were tweaked, loosening it up and tightening them back down hopefully will help. This whole thing should wiggle a little bit. These should be completely, oh, this one. Nope, those are loose. There we go. There we go. Now that all wiggles. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. There we go. Been looking at that Unimog model. Looks great. It's just getting kits and parts in the UK I'm not sure about. Have they posted, here, let's do a little aside. Have they posted a sourcing guide yet? They had not as of yesterday. They had not. So if we go to models, and here's the Unimog, the Mogster. So if anybody didn't know, it's the Mogster. I do Torque Summer and the Rat Rig Punk Bill ABS Gooey Green. Nice. It's close to the Mopar Sublime or Limelight. Lime or Limelight. So if we go down, they haven't changed anything yet, right? Nope, 1.0.0. Yeah, portal axles. Looks like a good, fun build. Oh, a tilting bed. No, just a build guide. They didn't do a sourcing guide. And I looked through here The build guide sometimes will have a sourcing link, but they don't have it. Online beginner's guides. Here's, I mean, this is what you, oh, here we are. Oh boy. I don't know if that was there yesterday. It must have been. I must have just missed it. This is what you want. 3536 motor. And what is it using for shock absorbers? Okay, so just 75 or 80 millimeter. And then tires, okay. What are we using for tires? Okay, something like that. That's cool. Okay, so there's a sourcing guide. Yeah, multi-tilting bed is kind of cool. Anyway, okay, that is there. So I think gently re-torquing these next on the list. So just kind of bottom that out, work my way around. Sometimes at 12 o'clock, we're doing good. There. Okay. Then where's this driver? Tighten all these. Okay. Then, yep, Limelight was Dodge, Sublime. There's all the, they call them high impact colors. That's where you get the Plum Crazy and In Violet. And, okay. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Just loosen this thing up. Since this is on, these are all flathead screws, it should just kind of self-center, hopefully within the tolerances we care about. And then Hemi Orange and Vitamin C, depending on if it was Dodge or Plymouth, you're right, had a different name for the same color. Okay, so that's all loose. I have a real Sublime CUDA. Nice. My dad had a Limelight, I guess it would be Super B. That was a Dodge Coronet based, wasn't it? Is that right? Well, they had a Super B in several different models, but I think his was the Coronet based. it was full on 70s paint scheme with all kinds of pinstripe patterns on it. I have old grainy pictures of it as all. Okay, almost there. Been looking at doing the buggy. Reminds me of the old Tamiya sand scooter when I was a kid. I have the parts printed for unfortunately I did it in purple. Otherwise I would think about doing the torque in purple. But I have a buggy in the, what is it, the Galactic Empire purple or whatever from Protopasta. Pet G. Okay. Now, how can I effectively tell let's put this up against here and let's put this up against here. And can I do something where I can dial that? Probably do something similar in both directions. I measured this as flat on my surface plate. It doesn't mean that it's perfect this way, but it'd be interesting if I ran my dial indicator referencing here along here to see how parallel this is with the frame at least. So I think I can just kind of hold this here so it can't move. And then '70s custom gantry with bubble portholes and a mural on it. I have the files for that Max van. Okay, will this thing go on anywhere? Is that magnetic? Oh, that's magnetic. That's steel. That means that this will attach right there. Very nice. It's not exactly flat. It's a little stamped steel piece. Let's see if I can get any. That'll probably be good enough. Let's try something like this. This. There we go. Oops. See what's going on outside. Oh. Amazon. That's all. Okay. I am not going to assume that this is the end all be all indicator that this is straight or not, but we should be able to tell if the X axis is parallel with the frame. So that is very much not, to a great degree. But is that a good test? That's the question. Is that a good test? Should I try to make it so? How can I... How can I effectively test that? Any suggestions on a good test for that? Run the same test from the opposite side. Okay. Can you run an extrusion 90 from the 2 side rails and then test it? From the 2 side rails. That looks really good, Keith. Figure out what a proper test here. I could do it over here. That's fine. It should run the opposite way, right? That is, I don't know if you guys can see the dial on that, but it's moving all the way around. Just see what happens on the other side. Move this over here. I'm just using this to hold it so it doesn't shift. Okay, let's move this to the other side here. Yeah, that's moving at least as much. I'm not quite clear on if that is. Okay, so it's basically that way. So it's that. It's forming a V from my perspective. What was it doing on this other side? If it was, which way was this going? I'll have to check it again. What was it doing over here? Is it corner to corner measure the same? Yes. Corner to corner is nearly the same. Very, very close. So if that is going, so that's going that way. Yeah. So, ooh, that's a V over here as well. That doesn't seem like it would be, that doesn't seem right. That's going that way, which means it's coming out away from there. It means that's skewed that way. If this was doing the same thing over here, it should have been the opposite. Is this even? $605. $605. Yeah, that's they're the same length at least. I don't know that that's a good test. Yeah, I didn't know I mean, I preface that by not knowing if that was a good test, but I'm trying to figure out how do we that seems looser over here now than over here. This seems tighter here than here, so I don't feel like these are parallel for some reason. Test using the bed edge instead of the frame. We could try that. $540.5 seems like an odd number there. No, that's 540.5. Maybe 541. That's off. Well, these are all tight and flush. I don't know. I don't know. Problem is, I don't know if the bed is in the right spot either. What really just matters is that the x-axis is perpendicular to the y-axis. The fact that I'm getting a little rougher here than here, there are some bolts that hold the rail here. Let me relax those. Because the brackets on the end here have flathead screws going up into the frame. So those kind of center themselves, lock everything in place. So, and I did loosen these and I didn't tighten them. That is able to move. What? Hold on right there. Let's just relax these. See if everything moves smooth along the whole travel. That's nice and easy. That gets a little harder as it goes this way. That's rougher than that. The other. I don't know how all of this, there's extra screws here. I'm not sure what they do. What are those? Oh, that's just a stop. That's just the stop. That's all those screws are, is a stop. That's so it doesn't over travel. So those don't do anything. Hey, John. Could you clamp a 90L to the outside of a frame corner, then loosen and retighten the screws? Well, we're getting good cross gantry measurements. So I don't know if that would do anything. Both of the guts. What I'm curious is this is all loose. And I still get a little harsher, slightly tighter there than right here. Why is that? That is allowed to move, then why isn't it moving? I don't know what those are. Let's go to the next step. Who's making it to 3D Printopia? Could the gantry beam be slightly bent? I suppose. Smooth it off. Okay, I'm going to loosen the rail over here, retighten it. I got an idea of what we can do to test the perpendicular of the rail. Idea. This, just loosening it all. There we go. Now it's even across the way. There we go. So now I've got to get it tightened down and feeling like that. Off again. See you, John. The kitties do okay. Let's do a very gentle. Just a little bit. Okay, somewhere around the center here. That's getting tighter just from tightening this down. Pull this way and do that. It's close. It's not perfect. What's your most used printer and most reliable one? Probably right now the Core ones. But I'm doing lots of work on the other printers is a thing. My most used one is my gray Trident here. these down. I wasn't able to relax all of this, but let's do my idea on a perpendicular test. Could you have a twist in the rail? Kind of doubt it, but not ruling anything out. Okay, so if I take a couple of 1, 2, 3 blocks, let me wipe them off. Good save for fast small. Yeah, 0.2 is a nice quick printer. Okay, so wiping these off, we have a magnetic bed. So, dunk. They don't stick very well, but hopefully it's enough to not shift super easy. Wipe these off. So this gives me 2 fairly long surfaces. If I put my indicator on here, if I can reach it now. Oh, okay. Shoot. Move the bed down just a little bit, hopefully evenly. One more. Okay, now I can move it around that. Can I reach this with the... No, I can't. I have a bigger one. Unfortunately, quite a bit bigger. But I think that'll get us to reaching it now. So grab this, and if I dial this in, shoot, I have to lock this in one direction. Okay, I need to lock this onto the side in order for this to work, I think. So let's lock this to one side. Actually, can I, oops, lock it to this? No, that hits the tool head. Let's lock it here. There we go. It's locked. And I can probably just move it over a bit. Shift these over. Now if I run this along and shift this until I'm straight this way, right? If I run this along here until I'm sweeping evenly, That's within a very, very tiny bit. What's going on outside? That's within a very tiny little bit, and those are flush against each other this way. Now, I should be able to pull this, flip this around. Lock this on the rail. Ow. Lock this. Where's your reference? Shouldn't you level the bed first? We're sure we can do all of this stuff to, but I'm trying to get an idea of where we're at. I get it, but okay, so that. That held there. Is that correct, or am I not touching? I think I'm not touching. It does move. Okay. The reference is not necessarily, this test would be relative. What I'm doing is a relative test. We're seeing if X is perpendicular to Y. It'd be better off just using, if I had a bigger, I wonder if this would work. I wonder if these are, what if I did like this? Put that in there. Just leave this, put this in here. Go along here and then go along here. I wonder if that would be better. The problem is I can't lock this in place very effectively. Since a bed can tilt in multiple directions, is this going to be accurate? I can't get the bed level until I power it on and do a QGL. So. We made a major change in the frame itself. I don't know what the best way to make sure everything else is lined up is. Except for just trying it and see if I get a better skew test result. We can do something as, we can do something as simple as moving this to the end and then measuring here to here. I don't know how, none of this is like perfect references. Let's just see what we get. Just see what we get. Where's my calipers? Where did I put my calipers, Oscar? They're down here. Let's just see what we get. This won't move. Okay. All the way at the end here. 129.56. $128.22. That seems significantly off. Oh yeah, functional parts only, for sure, Tuxedo, for sure. But measuring here and here, this is really rather square now. We checked that, we measured that. But to measure the outside to the X rail at 129 point, let's say 129.5, and measuring here at 128.5, that seems off. That seems significantly off. So let's see if we can do that. Because the way this printer works is, let's get the stuff off of here. This side floats, the driven side is over here. So if we can loosen these and shift this way, we might be able to get some good change. There's two rails here. See if that allows us to. I just put it back together and do another print test. Yeah. I don't have. I've not bought Adam's tests. So what are these? Without tightening it down, just things relaxed, what it looks like here. 129.95. $129.47. That's better. $129.6. 129.3. A little better. $29.96. That's worse. 129.0. Why is that changing like that? I'm not pulling this side apart enough to actually loosen the right stuff. Also, parallax error in measurement with the calipers to keep in mind. Does this come off? Let's see what this thing looks like. This. Parallax error with the calipers. What do you mean? What is this? Oh, that goes all the way through there. actually do. Those are two different parts. Interesting. But it lets me get to these. Two carriages there? Yeah. Those, and those. There we go. Now we can. I see. Completely off from there now. Could be holding the calipers slightly off square. Oh, you're right. I am using, kind of rocking them on the flat side there to get really close. I get that. Clamp the X rail to the front frame with the two as index. Ooh, that's a good idea. What was that? Obi-Wan. Good job. I like that. Oh, so close. It doesn't reach. Okay. That reaches though. That's a good idea. Two of those. Those are heavy, but I have them. It's the other one. There it is. That is a good idea. Clamp something to either side. At least we'll have it parallel to that. And then we'll do a print test and see what it comes up to. We'll do a calibration at that point. I've got everything loosened correctly. Calipers are never perfectly square with the parts. I get it. I do. But this amount of difference, I'm seeing a millimeter difference there. Just getting some of the oil off of these. These things are heavy. Okay, so if I clamp this, oh jeez, I don't have to clamp it. I'll just let it stick to the rail. Okay, right. Let's see, can I let that rest? I'll let that rest there. There, so it's resting on a consistent surface, which is the plate that these rails bolt to. So now I know that that is everything square there. That's bolted, that's clamped there. Now, this one, I won't be able to do that. Darn it, it sucks. Those linear motors are quite a strong magnet. Get another clamp. Clamps. The assumption here that the frame is square is not a great one, but it's the reference that we have right now. So there. I can check this and see if I can get a measurement here. Oh, not quite. Let me get my bigger calipers, because I might be able to get everything squared up. Curious how this is. So I can hold that all square, and it's actually pretty easy to get. So that's 84.19 there, and yeah, that's not quite straight that way. That's 83.6 there. So that's not parallel across there. This has got to be parallel before this is parallel. But is this parallel or perpendicular to this? Is the gantry just a T? You should have to make sure there's a right angle at the major axis. Right, but there's no way to... Oh, I didn't tighten this back down. We got to tighten that Y axis back down, I think. I don't think I did. Let's double check. Before we do any of this, let's double check the Y axis is tightened down. So there's no good way to get something in here that will clamp against to make this a 90-degree angle. But this is all loose, and that's a problem. Let's see something. It's 84.15 right there. That's 84.09. That's really close. Let's see if it stays that way when I tighten this down. Make sure everything is the same. Make sure I didn't loosen anything else. Those are good. Those are good. These. All of these I had left loose, which was not going to help us in our quest there. Let's see how this is. $84.23. $84.6. That's really, really close. Maybe 4.21. 84.2. We're gonna just go with it the best that we can do. So those are tight now. Those are tight. Now I can get this part lined up, clamped in place. The y-axis is at least consistent. Okay. X-axis clamped in, and then we'll tighten all that stuff down, and then we'll go in and do a print test. Sound good? Magnets. Oh, jeez. Okay, now, yeah, I'm calling that good for also. That all of these were loose, so everything should be able to be tightened down in place right here. Where are those going to end up? Let's put this. I'm going to make sure I don't introduce a skew. No, it's relaxed right there, so I think it's okay. This guy goes on here. This guy goes in here. These tighten up. This is a kind of a little complicated setup here for the joint on this side to the carriages. It's a little annoying you don't get access to all of the fasteners. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Okay. This side, all of the, pull this top cover off and see what we get access to. Hi, John. What can I get to here? It's just that. That's that. I feel like if I loosen this up, it's just going to snap back into place, skewed, because I think the actual problem is on top there for alignment. Tighten all these under here. I think they're going to make any real difference. I think it's up top that I need to get to. This little board here I need to get off. Still around, Poity? Little standoffs here I'm gonna take off and see what's underneath this board. Just bolts there. I don't know what this is going to do when I let those clamps loose. Let's find out. I don't really see anything I can get to. You're working? Am I anywhere close to what you did on yours? Yeah, that relaxed. Let's see how much it relaxed. Both sides. Yeah. It did not relax into a state that is parallel. Put this back over there. You had about 1 billion clamps in 1, 2, 3 blocks. Okay, sounding familiar. Okay, doesn't move. $129.9. Where's my 129.5? It's 0.5 millimeter off. Not. This is the side that needs to relax into place. I don't know where that is. Sir. This is what I'm working with. This is this thing. Gotta get this optical sensor out of the way. Little standoff there. There's 3 screws there. What do these screws here do? Everything suspended could be inverted from a plate. The alignment squareness is then permanently set by its CNC drilling tolerance. Yeah, the Pantheon printer is a very good example of going to all the lengths you need to not over constrain an assembly. What these screws actually do. Greetings from Scotland. Hey, Marcel. Traveling around on my motor. Awesome. What time is it? 1 o'clock? Holy moly. I don't need to be constrained right there right now. Just need to be able to get to stuff. So what is this doing? What does that do? Okay, that wire is loose. Here, let's take these off since this thing will come off now. This little breakout board. What's that? Oh, wires going. Oh, that's wires going down into the board. Nope, I don't want to pull on those. It goes across there. A couple of screws down here. I'll put this back on because that's the wires going into the linear motor. Not gonna mess with that. But okay, I'm going to lower this thing so I get some more clearance here. Give me enough? Yeah. Okay, does that give me enough to give some wiggle? It does. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. Now, V blocks go over here. Let's clamp this back into place now. Let's see if I can get it to. Okay. Magnets. Okay. I don't know what else does for this, but up under here. And here. Okay, that's not good. I'm pretty sure that one's stripped. Not put enough torque on it to strip it. Okay, I guess that's tight. Now, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, let's see how well it stays in place when this comes apart. Oops, I need to put a couple of screws on that. Oh, and this guy. Oh, now this. Go. Let's measure just to see where we end up. $29.99. Way better. 129.7. So 0.3 millimeters off. We are basing this on references that we don't know are correct. I say I put it back together and see if we impacted the skew. What do you think? Does that seem reasonable? I think that is probably reasonable. Make sure this is going back together correctly, because that didn't feel right. Hey, Bill. Okay, it's just the type of connector. That's good. That goes on there. Oops. This goes on here first. This goes there, goes there. This goes. This is. This is wire X. This is X. Okay. This is Y. They're labeled. And stops. That goes there with two little screws down here. I had to loosen my rails XY joint and adjust and shim a bit. Where did you shim? Okay, so that is there. This goes, is that all correct? Yeah. It goes down over there, and that goes there. Where did you shim? With all of the loosening and retightening, we got a whole lot closer. We're close enough is a question. Under where they connect to. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Plugged in. Screws for the camera. Too much going on this week. Hard to remember which day of the week it is. No worries, Bill. No problem. Very gentle with these little camera screws. 99% sure they're plastic. Which is just weird. I wonder if it was just a, in case there's a collision over here, they'll break. This means no ugga-duggas. Well, that's on. I think we need to put the top panel on. What is that? Oh, why are those loose? I feel like they cut off. Oh, what do we have here? Screws going into something. Wrong size. That's why. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's put the magnetic sheet back on. Ugh. Oh. And the deck panels. Just get dust off of them. Huh? Back here that has to go on. That on. Not gonna screw them down. I just want to protection from things falling in. Okay. And then we do need to put the top panel, the top hat on, because that's where all the screen and filament path are. Oops. Before I put the top panel back on, I need to put those printed brackets back on. Hey, someone ordered some Vision Miner. Was that one of you? Ordered some Vision Miner with my affiliate link. So I talked to them at OpenSauce, and they are on board with doing a giveaway of the stuff. Might do that like once a month or something. Might have been my son. I told him about it this week. Nice. Oh, you can't get it for a decent price in the UK? Yeah. Well, and I'm pretty sure I would want to do it like once a month because I'm pretty sure it's a US only shipping thing too. Liquids like that can be fun to deal with shipping, I think. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, Bill. How many people we got here? 60 people. That's awesome. Okay. Let's do this is the, I think this is the door. No, that's that one. I need to find the one that goes here. Oh, no, that's this one. Never mind, that goes there. See, it gets rid of this big hole. Anyway, these guys go up through here and plug in here. There we go. Then inside, filament path just goes on there, which we'll fix that up here in a minute. Okay, power. Change that door here in a bit. Let's see, can I reach power effectively? Oh, there's a cord already over here. Okay. Hope I didn't drop a screw. Oh. It's booting up. Let's open this up. Okay. Make sure everything's clean in there. It is on. This thing hasn't turned on in like a long time. Did you tighten the belts? I did, John. I did. I made sure they were extra tight just for you. Okay, let's see what's going on. Yeah, I'll get a hold of them, Bob. I just haven't taken the time. Clear off my desk. We're going to bring up the web interface and look at what values we were at before. Okay. Let's reuse this. Is that it? Otherwise, I'll grab my phone and see where we're at. What is this thing called? It's been a while. It might be Magneto-X. Did I rename it at some point? Maybe not. Might be Mainsail OS. Yep, it's Mainsail OS. Okay. Let's see here. Hey, we've got a pretty good camera view there. What do we have going on? Everything's there. This is the print I was doing for measuring the skew. I will grab some PLA and we're just going to print the same thing. Hey, Phil. Hey, Phil. I am going to start doing some occasional, maybe more frequent than not, Wednesday streams. And my intent is to do 4:30 my time to about 7. So I was planning, because I was looking at who else was streaming on Wednesdays, and you start at 7. So at 7-ish, I was planning on setting up to raid into you on Wednesdays. So. My time is what I'm talking. All those times are obviously my time. But, okay, what do we have here? We have a machine. Ooh, it is Clipper 11. I'm not going to do any updates right now. We're going and we're going to try this print. Let's look at this piece. So I did this. It took 18 minutes. It was a 215 and 70. Sliced in Orca slicer. Let me grab some PLA. Just something PLA. I think, yeah, we've got some PLA Pro right here. Let's heat up the hot end. Get this. Make sure everything's working, yeah. It should be locked, yep. And then we'll unload the I don't remember why it's set to 70, Marcel. I don't remember if I did that or if that's the default on the Pure Poly profile. You got to remember that 70 is a measured value. What the top of the bed is actually getting to is a good question without being able to having extra sensors to test it. So yeah, 70 seems high, but it might be okay for this printer. I think we do a lot of feeling like we know what a value should be, and using that, putting a little too much into what that is. If you get what I mean, get what I'm trying to say. Week may not happen. This maker's shattered ankle getting. Ooh, ouch, Phil. That sucks. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Ooh. Okay, can I see which button? Unload. Okay, there's an unload button on the hot end here. Unload. There we go. Unload this CF Pet G that was in there before. Okay, now we can go in here, and I've got this just black Polymaker PLA Pro, Polysonic PLA Pro. Go. I'm gonna stand in front of this for a moment here while we load a few times. Put that in there and put the clip back on. There we go. Can I get in here nice and close? I don't know how well I'll be able to get a view of it printing, but we'll try. Load. There we go. Push and plastic. Go. Let's get the bed up to, I guess it's going to print at 70, so let's get the bed up to 70. And let's get this down to 50. Just setting up some, see how fast that bed heats up or not. Camera likes the boxes that came back from OCMF. Oh, trying to focus behind the printer. Of course it is. Well, that's doing that. Why don't I swap out the door? Swap out this door. Just this guy. What did I put the... Ah, it's up here. Okay. It's a build volume of Magneto. It's like 300 by 400 by 300, something like that. What I'd like to do while this is printing, I want to go out and see what the latest, what they got going on with their latest documentation. Because I haven't been out and looked in a while. This side. ASMR fail. I wasn't pulling it completely. I was just pulling here. This is outside, so this guy. Didn't have quite the full. Okay, which way did I go? Is it towards the inside? Okay. Found some tape that sticks to peel film super well. Oh, that works. Okay. Weird routing on that. Doesn't look awfully clean. Where did that other screwdriver go? There it is. Okay. Oh, that's almost up to temperature. Feels it. Okay. Ready, John? Okay, here we go. Ew. I don't like it. There we go. That wasn't pulling clean. Okay, so now we have a nice closed front. And a little peel of the blue. Protection stuff there. There we go. Okay, let's open this back up now. I think, oh no, this doesn't do all the, I need to set up all my start macros and stuff. So I'm gonna just home it. It's gonna heat up. It is a load cell, so I want to, don't put your arm in here when it's homing. Okay, homed. Now QGL. It needs some macros work. That's why I kind of want to see what's out there right now, because I haven't touched it in long enough, and see if they've updated any of the macros and firmware and stuff. What's it doing now? It is heating the bed. Oh, apparently it's hard coded to QGL at 60, and I set it to 70. So now it's got to wait for it to come down to 60. These are some of the frustrations I've had with this machine, is the software, the macro setup is suboptimal. But that's fixable. I just need to be excited about printing with it when it's not skewed, to have the motivation to do anything about it. Shoot, we did do this. If we go into the machine and printer config is going to be a, oh boy, it's been a while since I've been in here. Let's see where I put the skew stuff. I know I can search. Oh, did I not put a skew? Ah, skew correction. That is in there, but where's the values? Figure skew. Set skew. Skew correction module also supports profile management and similar to bed mesh. Once you have a saved profile, you may load it. Is this saved down here in the here? Oh, that's bed mesh. Huh. Let's do this then. Let's turn off skew correction, because that's what our goal here is. So let's just turn it off. Let's save and close and let this finish. Got to cool down anyway. Big bed takes a long time to cool down. Oh, okay. Well, that's doing that. Let's see how these printed parts came out. That's better. Still a little squished. They're fine. I think I'll use those. Okay. Come on. You can cool down. See you, Andres. Oh, you just explicitly added me as able to rate in. It's been janky when Keela and Jeremy tried a few times. You just have to be subscribed and... Do you schedule your streams ahead of time, Phil? You might have to have your stream scheduled. Chat overlay on YouTube is hidden in full screen now? I don't watch stuff full screen usually. Live streams, I don't watch full screen. So I haven't noticed. Oh, almost down there. I think if we go to macros, is this where it is? Yeah, it's hard coded to be at 60C. This is all getting replaced. I've started, so I've always used, right here. I've always used slicer G-code, start G-code stuff, but I've been playing a lot more with Yontech's better start, print start macro. So, here, if anybody hasn't seen this, this is pretty nice. It does assume a chamber sensor, but you can comment out the stuff if you don't have a chamber sensor. Win rows, not macros. This is true. You're right, John. You are correct. Yeah, you can comment out this chamber parameter, and then there's a couple of spots down here you can just comment out the stuff that uses the chamber. Oh, hey, there we go. It needs some significant speed tweaks too, because this takes a while. Hey, Randy. Yeah, the Yontech's start macros, they can be expanded on, but as a good starting point, I just set it up on my gray Trident here, and it's kind of nice. I put a chamber thermistor in there, and now I can set my chamber temp in the slicer, and it's a parameter that gets passed, and it'll wait. I can just start a print now, where before I was doing my little manual pre-print routine and then sending a print, which meant that I waited. I would start the preheat and then forget about it for a few hours and then realize, oh crap, I was meaning to print something, and then going through the whole thing again. So now just sending the print and knowing that it's going to go through a consistent preheat or startup cycle is should have done it a long time ago. Hey, Happy. These guys are relaxed. Slow, slow, slow. And Kaggle. What do we have? What was our... Oh, it was a 3.93 millimeter range last time. Let's see what it does this time. Oh. Tomorrow we are doing Jabberwocky, which I'm not even ready for, but we'll do what we can. And then if anybody wasn't here, I'm going to start doing some Wednesday streams. Wednesday at 4:30 Pacific time. Target is to go 4:30 to about 7. Typical, I bet you, is between 7 and 7:30. And then we'll raid over into Down Under Maker, Phil here's streams when we're done. But the projects we'll be working on are Vitali CNC X carriage install on the Micron. I haven't worked heavily on the Micron yet because I know I want to install that and I'm gonna have to redo all the tuning stuff. So I'm gonna get that installed and hopefully it's quick enough that we can get it installed and do some of the initial tuning, belt tuning, and then input shaper and stuff. And then Rolohan, with a ton of work by Canrog, is releasing, and LDO is releasing a kit for a small Delta Flyer, a little Delta printer. So that'll be a Wednesday stream series. Could potentially do the Mad Max setup because that'll be a relatively short series. Might do that on Wednesdays. Just depends on how many I do. Really depends on how long other projects are taking. Because Sunday streams, they have been, I mean, Micron was an 8-stream series. That's 2 months. So I can't do anything else on stream content in between that. So I need, things have stacked up. So that's the idea, is things have stacked up. What was I gonna say? Next month, what do you guys want to see on this stream? What do you want to see next stream? We'll finish the bear. What do we want to see on this stream next month? Oh, it's finished. Woohoo. Okay. What did I change something that I wanted to reboot for? No, I was just kidding about finishing the bear. The bear's, I mean, we would hopefully plug in some steppers and print. That's not a good stream. Did I change? What did I change on here? Wrote 4.0's printer, what's that? Maybe plug the motors into your MCU test jig. Oh, I changed the skew, you're right. I do need to make sure that that's disabled. So we do need to firmware restart. So thank you. Let's get this back to 150, oops. 150 and 60 and home all again. Oh, I wonder if this view would be almost better. So there is a, what is this thing? There's another printer out there that's coming. Get your guys' thought on this. Shoot, where was that? Have you guys heard of the Vertigo printer? Ooh, 129, wow. Okay, that finished, so QGL. You guys heard of the Vertigo printer? Clicking on this stream today. Oh yeah? So the one thing about it is a Kickstarter. It is going to be a Kickstarter. Let's see. Here we go. Vertigo printer. This is really interesting in that it's an auto eject or auto bed clearing. Let's see, there's a one of these is a animation. One of these, this should be. Oh, it's taking a little bit to load. Slow. Anyway, it's kind of interesting. Jason had one at Orange County Maker Faire. It is basically automatically clears the bed. And I know there were some animations on one of these images. Oh, there it goes. See, it pulls, it comes down and then pulls the bed up along these scrapers to eject stuff. It has all these fans down there to cool the bed. So you cool it down in between. You saw it somewhere. There we go. Maybe this will. Oh, this is 23 minutes. Holy moly. No, we don't need to watch 23 minutes of a video. I don't know what. Does a print. Keeps printing the benchy. Keeps printing the benchy. Is it done printing the benchy yet? It's almost done printing the benchy. Okay. Now it's gonna come down. Get out of the way, pull up the back. This is really kind of neat. Jason had it just repeating this cycle at the show. Okay, well, the whole bed gets pulled up in the back and that should have been ejected automatically. They kind of, why did they pull it off manually if it, in the video? There's little force sensors in there to some safety or some fault detection. Oh, here we go. The whole bed goes up and then comes back down and then gets locked back into place. The practical application, the main one I could see for me is I do a lot of printing when it comes time for going to a show, printing trinkets for the show. Anyway, what do you guys think about that? Jason asked if I wanted to build one. The intent would be simply showing people the build process, just like we always do. Not a, should you buy this? This is what you'll do if you do buy it. Anyway, okay, that is done. So let's print. Let's send this thing. I don't need a time lapse. Print. Okay, now it's heating up to 70. Don't you have 1,000 printers in your garage to print all the trinkets? But I have to start a new print every time one is finished. That means I just have to change filament when it runs out. And I mean, the main appeal is it looks like an interesting build. It looks like there's a lot to it. Weren't belt printers meant to do that? Printing at 45 degrees works really well for some prints, not for all. I would imagine, realistically, that's an early next year project. I'm still waiting to see what's going on with the Stone Wolf. That's a project I still want to do. Okay, so I want to keep an eye on this. This starts up. I would like these doors to open more. They only open this far. That's a little annoyance of the machine. That's gonna go. Stabilizing. Probably needs a PID tune. Oh, there we go. Of course it's got a home again. Pull this. That it does all this homing at full temperature is one of the annoyances. Okay. Oops. Let's at least get... There we go. Looks like it's probably okay. As far as... I didn't run a mesh apparently. Yeah, I don't disagree there, Tuxedo. I'm not really a fan of the door of the hinges are really nicely made, but to have them be open more would be nice. Okay. I think that's going to be okay. Let's see. That's doing that. Let's go over and see what the Poly Magneto X. Let's see what documentation they have out there right now. Sold out right now. Still on the sale price. Yeah, that is a decent webcam, huh? Do they have links to... They have links to the documentation. Setup link. Let's go here. There we go. It's all setup stuff. I don't really, not too worried about that. Let's go here. Magnetto 2024 upgrade, download software. Where are we at now? What is 1.15 beta? Let's see what this is. Let's keep the update system macro. What is the... I don't know. It'd be nice to know a little bit more information about. Fix missing time-lapse header file. Fix the bug of not being able to recover after pause. Modified temperature definition in bed mesh calibrate. Hey, Brent. your version is equal or greater to 1 point. Okay, before performing the phone, please confirm the version of your current system. Enter the browser, get OS version. Let's try that. Main sale OS local colon 8080 get OS version. Is that correct? Get underscore OS underscore version. That doesn't work. $50.177. Oops. $192.168.50.177. That work? Apparently not. Oh, 8880. There we go. I am on 1.1.4 of there. It's kind of hidden by the cats. There we go. I'm on 1.1.4. Here, let's put the cats back. 1.1.5 is newer, so I'll update that. I don't think we're going to do that here on stream, but I wanted to see what was out there. It cooks pretty good. Let's see how that does. Seems to move pretty good. Okay, the other thing we wanted to do looking up. Do. Let's see if we can get these to plug in. We just need them to plug in. See if it's a stepper issue or... There we go. Those are plugged in instead of the others. These in here. Let's see what happens. Back to the bear. Back to the bear while that prints. Yep. Those are both locked. You have a new option Wednesday, Steve streams. And right into me, so you get to time travel to you. Let's say not now. Let's just do a move. doesn't like it. Yep, and then fail. What doesn't it like? What is going on? If the wiring was backwards, it would just be direction problems. It's got the blues. That lead screw's not happy. Any guesses where that came from? Bingo, Andrew. Yep. That one's not as bad. That one's pretty bent. I don't know what to try next. How's this doing? Oh, okay. Moved into there. I don't know what to try next. Why are those steppers not working? Oh yeah, that's true, Edward. I should try. Here, let's see. What do we need to do to... What would we need to do to try bypassing those cables? Because that is a good point. I don't know that I need to bypass it. We just do you're right. Let's test. Let's just test continuity. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Here, let's just look at that. There we are. That's a good call. That's a good call. It could be that one of them might be an open. I would hope nothing on the back is causing a short, but I guess it's possible that... Let's go Z left first. And let's just go starting to get overwhelmed with messy bench here, trying to do two things at once. Okay, so I am going to plug in all but blue. Nope. Don't really have enough room to do this. Maybe I can turn this on its side. over blue. There we go. Okay, so that's that. And then meter here. I'm gonna be right back. I want to grab my little clip-on leads. Okay. This little, no, this side. Clips. So if we start with black, and just clip that on there. And we'll try. Z left, so should get black. Yep. Well, there we go. That's definitely a problem. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Okay. Let's go white. I know what's going on. Okay. How do we fix it? How do we fix it? Let's see if it's a problem on the other one. I'll explain what's going on here in a second. Someone might guess it. I know what's going on though. Let's check the right one. So this should be black. Wow, that's interesting that it's consistently both of them. That's interesting that it's the same issue on both of them. So what is actually causing it? Creality motor? No. No, we don't have any creality motors going on. Okay. Now let's unplug this and go back to here. Zoom in. So let's see. Let's see if this can confirm. It's pressure advanced settings. It's exactly what it is, John. How did you guess? Yep. Okay, here's what I'm guessing. This is my hypothesis. Is the tangle of test leads is frustrating. So here's what my guess is happened. Because I had to shove these connectors, these pins, into the housing, I actually created a spot to short black and green between the little insulation point between those is it's shorting out, because even with the other end not connected, I'm getting continuity between these two pins. So I think I need to pull these wires and replace them with a PTFE insulated. The insulation on these is just too big. And I just got lucky. No, those are PTFE. I got lucky on the Y stepper, it looks like. Ooh, that finished. With the stupid door right in the way. It's suddenly so quiet. Yeah, I think it's that I force these wires into this connector. The insulation is just too thick and caused an issue there. Okay. Y got lucky, I think. We haven't fully tested Y actually. Actually, I should do that. Pull this out and just check continuity on those. Jeez, look at that knot. That happened. I really pushed and prodded on those to get them to work. So that is a lesson learned with these connectors. It's doing the same thing on this one. See, pin 1 and pin 2 should not have continuity. Oh, never mind. Let me unplug the stepper first. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. I had the stepper plugged in. Never mind. Let's see if it's doing it on any of the others though. This one appears to be okay. The others are unplugged. If I take this one, do the same thing there between. So that's good. That's not. Maybe it's here. Yep. Those are the two. See, I'm getting it. I'm getting it from two spots here, and it's unplugged on the other end. So that is the problem. I'm shorting out the steppers. This one I don't expect it to have happened, because this one I didn't have to torque on the terminals to push them into the thing, but the others here did. On both of these, the Obi-Wan, that's a good suggestion, but I know that I went in and pushed the little insulator between the terminals out of the way in order to get the next terminal in. So I don't think it's a stray wire to have happened on both of them. This PVC insulation is just too thick. Okay, not enough light. Come off of there. Okay, fine. I'm being impatient. Get this off. Holy moly, that is really stuck on there. Get the camera out of the way. The other thing that this printer really needs to do is, there we go. Well, that was a problem. The whole thing is still too hot is the problem. Oh, we've had Obi-Wan actually, was it you that actually called it on something being a stray wire? I think it was you that called it on something, but let's go here. Okay, so the print, I did kind of tweak it off of there. So I don't know if it was still too hot. I feel like that 7 DC is just exactly what it seems, too much. But we'll get a preliminary measurement here. My PA is off on this too, so 141.39 is what we're going to call it there, and yeah, it's still off. 141.05. What's that? So it is still off. I think what I am going to plan is I'm going to put in these, I'm going to do a PA tune, try to get a better quality on this print, because I don't trust those values yet. Gonna get a better quality print and then do another test and do a proper skew calibration. And we're gonna we'll see where it is and put the values in. Then I'm gonna use it and see if that is an effective fix. Because other than that, the printer is working. The printer's been working fine. What got me down this path is the bent parts. What got me down this path is the bent parts and the skew. So but I think we improved it. We had to have. We were measuring a cross frame difference of, what was it, 3 millimeters or something? And we got that down to basically 0.5 millimeter. So I think it was time well spent. I wouldn't assume yet that the skew I just measured, the 0.3 millimeters still is there until I do a PA tune. It might still be 0.3 millimeters. I don't think it's going to be perfect, but I think it's better than it was. I don't know where those PA values end up being saved. I don't know where. I thought machine and line purge, Magneto device. Yeah, there's skew correction, but it's not, there's no values in here. So I thought I had saved those. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I turned it off at some point. But anyway, little 4.5 hour member stream. I need to get ready for tomorrow. So time to CNC a T-shaped square jig to get that XY joint perfectly perpendicular. 5 millimeters is unacceptable. I need to know a little bit more about how this thing goes together, and I didn't want to take it apart to that extent here. So with that, thank you everyone. Thanks for being members. Hope to see you tomorrow. We will be finishing up the box turtle. Well, we will be, the box turtle enclosure is done. We will be working on the Jabberwocky tool head and hopefully getting it installed. I think I've resigned myself to using Clicky because that's a supported Z probe solution. I just haven't had time to put a PZ solution in. So we'll be on Jabberwocky tomorrow. Hopefully, I think it's optimistic to be done with it tomorrow, but I'm really hoping. And then remember Wednesday, we're gonna put a CNC X carriage on the Micron. So with that, have a good rest of your day. Hope to see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye. Sounds good, Phil. Thanks.